We're in the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 4 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for the IT specialist to elevate the right for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Give me a minute, please. All right. Our first case this morning is a protest hearing status case number 23 PRO 00055 L Ray, license number 124791. Good morning, Mr. Carter. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Candace Fitch has been elevated, and Edward Daniels has been elevated. That's all.
Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Fitch, can you please spell and state your name and identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Candace Fitch, Fitch. I am the attorney for the applicant.
Ms. Fitch, is the applicant going to be here this morning?
He has emailed me that he's been trying to call in and he is not having any success. So he's
Can
having,
does he have the login information if not, we can put that information, or if you tell us the last 4 digits of his phone number, I will ask the IT person to look for him on the phone, on the call-in log.
I apologize, I'm trying to find his phone number.
So does he have the call-in information?
Yes, I sent it to him and he confirmed that he received it and he said he's been trying to call in, but he's not having any luck getting through.
Well, we just started, so is
Right.
it because he would be in the waiting room?
Yep, he says he's on and muted. He's Stephen Ryan.
No, all right, but I'm saying, is he on the phone, or is he on the?
He said he's calling in on his phone and he says he's in and muted. So he should
So
be muted.
what's the last 4 digits of his phone number, so I can have Mr. Carter look for his number and elevate him?
Okay. I've asked him, I haven't gotten a response yet.
Mr. Carter, how many people are there on the call-in line?
We have one calling.
Can you elevate that person, since you said you have one calling? Can you elevate that person to see if he's calling? Can you identify yourself for the record, please? The individual on the phone, can you unmute your line and please identify yourself for the record? Mr. Carter, have you unmuted that person's line?
Yes, it's unmuted.
Then they have to unmute themselves, because I see that they're still muted. Can you find out, Ms. Fitch, what's going on? We have elevated a 401 number. If that's his number, he should be able to participate. The owner should be able to participate if their number is a 401.
Hello?
Can you identify yourself for the record, please, sir?
It's Stephen Ryan.
And who are you, sir?
I'm the owner representative of the applicant.
Sir, can you name the applicant? Sir, can you name the business, sir, that you're here for?
All right.
Sir? Thank you very much, sir. All right. Mr. Daniels, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Hello, Chair. My name is Edward Daniels. I'm Chair of ANC 8F. My name is Edward EDWARD, Daniels DANIELS.
Good morning. Ms. Fitch, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I have none.
Mr. Daniels, do you have any preliminary matters, sir?
No.
This matter then is scheduled for, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on September 13th at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties aware of if this matter goes to a protest hearing, what needs to be done, in the sense of you have to do a PIP? The PIP is due 7 days before the hearing. Failure by either side to provide a PIP, you will be, unless good cause is shown, you will be prevented from relying on documents of witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days before the hearing. Also, if this matter goes to the hearing, each side will have 1 hour to represent their case, and you can only call 5 witnesses. Are there any questions by any side?
No, thank you.
No question.
The board supports settlements if this matter can be settled. We support the parties continue to talk to see if this matter can be settled. If this matter is not settled, then we'll see you at a protest hearing on September 13th at 1:30 p.m. All right, have a great summer and have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Take care. All right, the next case on the calendar is case number 23 PRO 00056, Bar Japinos, JAPONAIS, license number 124706. Mr. Carter, can you please elevate the parties for this case, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You can remove Mr. Daniels, sir. Okay, thanks.
Matt has been elevated. Rui Meza has been elevated. Scott Henry has been elevated. Alan Isbis has been elevated. Patrick Fleming has been elevated. Phil Morton has been elevated. Peter has been elevated. And Adele has been elevated. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning again. Mr. Minora, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Matthew Minora, MATTHEW, from the law firm of Malleus O'Brien and Sandground, and we're ABC licensed counsel for the applicant.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Who is the designated representative for this group?
Good morning, Honor. Ruhi Mirza from the law firm of Reese Broom. Our firm represents the protesters 1400 Church Street Condominium Unit Owners Association.
I can't, just elevate your voice, please. So please spell and state your name again for the record, please, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Ruhi Mirza. It's spelled RUHI MIRZA. I'm from the law firm of Reese Broom. And our firm represents the protesters 1400 Church Street Condominium Unit Owners Association.
So so let me have the protesters identify and spell their name for the record, please.
My name is Alan Isbitz. It's ISBITZ. Last name, first name ALLAN. I am the president of 1400 Church Street Condominium and one of the protesters.
Who's next?
Okay, go. This is Scott Henry, SCOTTHENRY. I am one of the protesters that lives in the condominium.
What's next?
I'll go.
I'm Patrick Fleming, last name Fleming, F is in Frank, LEMING, first name Patrick, PATRICK, and I am a protester. and live in the condo.
This is
Who's
Philip Morton, PhilipMorton, and I am also a resident owner in the 1400 Church Street condominium and a protester.
Oh, fine, thank you. Who else?
This is Adele.
I'm sorry?
This is Adele Noor, Nour, and I'm a resident in the same condominium.
And who else?
Peter Moxery, Peter, last name Mocsary. I am a resident in the building and a protester.
And who else do we have?
My name's Joseph Florio. I am the ANC commissioner and chair of ANC 2F, JOSEPH FLORIO.
Do we have anyone else? So that's everyone has been identified themselves. Let me see. All right. So let me ask you a question. So who is protesting this? Who is protesting this matter? If it's being protested by whom? The ANC and whom?
The 1400 Church Street Condominium Unit Owners Association.
No, the condo association cannot. The condo association doesn't have standing to protest a liquor license. So it has to be a group of 5 or more. So what are you? Are you the condo itself does not have standing to protest?
Right.
So I'm sorry. I mean, who's speaking? We have a court reporter. So identify yourself when you speak, please.
This is Ruhi Mirza. The individual unit owners who have identified themselves, that would be Mr. Itzbitz, Mr. Muscari, Mr. Henry, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Morton, and Mr. Noor. They are individual condominium unit owners, and they are the protesters.
All right, so they're a group of 5 or more.
That's correct.
And Mr. Manor, it's my understanding that at the roll call, 4 additional individuals had to show up today at the status hearing. Who was at the status hearing, Mr. Manor? Were you at the status hearing, sir? I cannot hear you, sir. Mr. Manor, you're on mute.
Yes. Sorry about that. I was the excuse me, the roll call hearing, as was Mr. Florio, as was Mr. Itzbitz.
I believe Mr. Simpkins was also there.
Correct. Yes. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Well, it's my understanding. It's my understanding by trying to review the transcript from the roll call hearing that I was told that 4 additional individuals had to show up today for standing to be granted to the group of 5 or more. So, Mr. Manor, for the other 4 individuals who identified themselves this morning, were their names on the protest group?
Yes.
All right. So since there are 4 additional protestants who showed up today at the status hearing, I make a motion that full standing be granted to the group of 5 or more. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Grant is the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. So standing is now granted to the group of 5 or more. All right. So let's start with you, Mr. Manor. Are there any preliminary matters, sir?
None at this time.
Ms. Mirza, are there any preliminary matters as far as the group of five or more are concerned?
No.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Flora, are there any Floria, are there any preliminary matters as far as the NC is concerned, sir?
No.
No. All right, then, hold on a minute, let me here. Then this matter is then scheduled for a protest hearing on September 13th at 1:30 p.m. All right, give me a minute. All right. I want to advise the parties that now that this matter has been scheduled for a protest hearing, there are a couple of things I would like to inform the parties regarding. We want to make sure that if this matter goes to a protest hearing, that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following this hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified in the PIP. Additionally, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. Finally, as you are all aware, all hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you require more time to present your case and require more than 5 witnesses, please file a motion with the board. For cases as this case where there is more than one protesting group, pursuant to section 1612.8, we are requesting that the protestant designate one person to represent the protest at the hearing. I would also like to advise the protest group, the group of 5 or more, because also the ANC is representing this case, is also a protestant in this case. If a settlement agreement is reached between the applicant and the ANC, your protest automatically falls. I just want to let the group of 5 or more know. The board cannot order the applicant to include a group of 5 or more in a settlement agreement. If there's a settlement agreement and both the ANC and the protest, the group of 5 or more signs on, that is fine. But the board cannot order the applicant to make a group of 5 or more a part of a settlement agreement if that's not so. I'm saying this before because I've had cases where there is a settlement agreement there's been a settlement agreement between the applicant and the ANC, and the protesting group of 5 or more has been requesting that the ABC board continue the case or that we make you a part of the settlement agreement. So that's one of the reasons why I'm just stating that up front, that by operation of law, if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the applicant, then the group of 5 or more, their protest automatically falls. Any question by anyone?
No, Mr. Chair.
No.
All right, thank you. All right, then, good luck with your settlement. Your settlement discussions, if that's possible. If this matter is not settled, then I'll see you, the board will see you on September 13th at 1:30 p.m. Have a great day and have a great summer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then, bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00058 Foxtrot, license number 124610. This case has been canceled due to the dismissal of KCA's protest, Seaboard Order number 2023-399. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00057 Foxtrot, license number 124611. This case has been canceled due to dismissal of KCA's protest, Seaboard Order number 2023-398. The next case on our calendar, we now move to Ashoka's hearing calendar, case number 23 CIT 00101, Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. Mr. Carter, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Chris Southcott has been elevated. DeWitt Samolo has been elevated.
Good morning, Dawit Sarmolo here, DAWI.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Southcott, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. This is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott, Southcott, from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the government.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Sermola, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Dawit Sarmolo, one of the owner of Medusa Lounge, spell as DAWITSERMOLO.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are not from the government.
Mr. Sermola, do you have any preliminary matters that you wish to raise?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I got the citation.
Hold on, all right, sir. When I said preliminary matters, it's more so, do you have any issues or like any clarification? But if you're trying to explain to us what happened with the citation, that's what, if you cannot settle this matter with the government, then we're going to have a hearing on September 20th at 10:30. That is when you would explain, you'd bring your documents and witnesses to explain your case. Why is it that you believe that the citation that was provided to you it's not appropriate? So that's all right. So that's when you would explain. All right. So excuse me. So this matter is scheduled for September 20th at 10:30 a.m. Now, 7 days before the hearing, sir, you have to, if you're going to call any witnesses, and if you have any documents, you need to provide a copy of those documents and witnesses to the government. And you also need to provide a copy of those documents to ABCA Legal. The government will also provide you a copy of their documents. Mr. Southcott, whose case is this? Is this your case, sir?
This is not my case. This case is Shaney Brown's case.
So Shaney Brown, Mr. Sermola, Shaney Brown will contact you and provide you, she'll provide you the documents, and you also will provide her copy of whatever witnesses and documents you're going to rely on. And you must do that 7 days before the hearing, sir. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Chairman, may I quickly interject here? I will note that Shaney informed me that she attempted to reach out to you, Mr. Sermolo, on a couple of times via email, and that did not receive any response to her email. Did you receive her communications?
No, I just updated my email, so she should have the new email address.
Okay, what is your new email address?
Well, can you hold on a minute. Can you put that in the chat, please? Yeah, put that in the chat, please.
I just sent it.
Do you have it, Mr. Southcott?
Yes, I believe that's the same email address that Shani indicated to me that she had reached out to you on. So if you could just double check
Can you
your
also
email.
can you put her email address in the chat, so maybe he can then he can reach out to the government to see whether or not this is a matter that can be settled.
Yep. Just one second.
Got it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. As I stated before, this matter then is, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on September 20th at 10:30 a.m. I hope that if this matter can be settled, it will be settled. If not, I will see you on September 20th. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00035 1831 Bar Lounge, license number 116855. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on August 9th, 2023. See board order number 2023-418. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00039. Glass 3, license number 117346. This case has been rescheduled. This case has been rescheduled to September 13th at 10:30 a.m. And I believe that concludes your calendar for the day, Mr. Southcott. All right. So at least for the morning. So I will have a great day, sir. All right. All right. Mr. Southcott? Mr. Southcott? Does anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Okay, fine. Have a good day, sir. All right, fine. All right. So we are done with our, all right. All right. Give me a minute, please. I want to do the agenda. All right, so let's now do our legal agenda. The first matter in our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated August 15th, 2023 for case number 23 CMP 00009 half smoke, license number 100855. The offer in compromise is as follows. Give me a minute, please. All right, the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, increase interior occupancy without approval. This is a primary tier violation. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25726B1. There shall be a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 2, review of the government's uncontested motion for continuance in case number 23 CMP 00039 dated August 9th, 2023. This is in Glassery, license number 117346. I make a motion that we approve this motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 3, review of consent motion for continuance of show cause dated August 15th, 2023 in case number 22 CIT 00201 half smoke, license number 100855. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 4, review of applicant's withdrawal application for substantial change dated August 14th, 2023 in case number 23 PRO 00059 Kitchen Cray, license number 113864. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 6, review correspondence from Ward 1 Council Member Brianna Nadeau regarding a petition to establish a moratorium zone in the 1900 block of 9th Street Northwest dated August 7th, 2023. This matter will be set for a hearing on September 14th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Number 7, review of Adams Morgan Moratorium Zone Notice of Third Emergency and Proposed Rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. I'm sorry, Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. All right, so we've done with our legal agenda. So we are now going to do our licensing agendas. Sorry. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for an entertainment endorsement inside of the premises only. This is for Romaine's Table, The Diner, license number 060149. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number two, review application for summer garden endorsement with seating of 18. This is for Lost Generation Brewing Company, license number 120512. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number three, review application for taste and permit endorsement. This is for Union Kitchen, license number 118692. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number four, review request to withdraw the application for a new ABCA license. This is for Amazon Retail LLC, license number 116873. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Excuse me. Number five, review request to withdraw the application for a game of skill endorsement. This is for Sangria Bar and Grill, license number 117012. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for above ground license number 125519. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number two, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Marte Bar and Lounge, license number 125774. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will
Jenny
second.
Hansen will second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number three, review request for a temporary operating retail permit, TORP. This is for Opera Ultra Lounge, license number 125773. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number four, review request for a temporary operating retail permit, TORP. This is for Dirty Water, license number 125771. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number five, Review request for a temporary operator retail permit TORP for Legends Distribution of Washington, D.C., license number 125729. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 400. Number 6, review of architectural floor plans for new Class B full-service grocery store. This is Philomena Emporium, license number 124477. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 400. Number 7, review request to increase the total occupancy load from 130 to 208. This is at Lucky Buns, license number 121405. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Ms. Henson and Mr. Grandis have second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. I'm sorry, Ms. Henson. I need to be looking at the screen. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 400. I'm trying to do too many things at the same time. All right, let's now move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. The first matter on our medical cannabis licensing agenda, review request from board approved social equity license application to change category from social equity license application with location to conditional social equity license application with no location. This is board approval, January 19th, 2023. This is WGL Consulting LLC, license 125471. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 400. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. 24-hour night and day convenience store, license number 115171. The licensee requested cancellation, and Estudio, ESTADIO, license number 083263. The establishment is out of business. I make a motion that ABC board cancels both of these licenses. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 400. All right, we now move to the board's temporary 1-day and substantial change docket. There are 9 applicants on this docket. I will review the names, the applicants, the requests, and I will provide a recommendation to the board for each one. And at the end of the list, I will ask the board to approve the recommendation that was placed in the record by the chair. So the first request is an applicant. The first request is an application from Paul Wren for 1-day license class F. This is for a wedding. This is the date of the event is September 16th, 2023. The license number is 125702. 125 attendees, 3 security guards were asked. The chair is recommending that this one be approved. Number 2, a request from Ronald Edwards. This is for a 1-day license class F. This is the Cyclocross, CYCLO Cross Bike Race, DDCX. This is on September 9th, 2023. The license number is 125705. 1,000 attendees, 3 security guards. The chair is making a motion that this matter be approved. Number 3 is a request from Keith Shibby, Shibley. This is for one-day license class F. This is the Lebanese Cultural Festival. This is September 16th, 2023. The license number is 125724, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. The chair is recommending that this matter be approved. Number 4, a request from ISSA, RIZKALLAH for one-day license class G, baptism reception. This is on September 17th. The license number is 125725. The chair is making 100 attendees, 2 security guards. The chair is making a recommendation that this matter be approved. Number 5, a request from Kalisha Akil D. Aviliera, DEOLIVERIA for one-day license class G, cocktail hour dinner. This is on August 29th. The license number is 125747. 80 attendees, 4 security guards. The chair is recommending that this matter be approved. Number 6 is a request from Jennifer Curie for one-day license class G, DC United soccer game watch party. This is on August 20th. The license number is 125754. 150 attendees, 4 security guards. The chair is recommending that this matter be approved. Number 7, a request from Lindy Promotion for pub crawl, Nightmare on M Street. This is on October 28th. The license number is 120455. The substantial change license is 23 PCE 00024. The chair is recommending that a fact finding be approved for number 7. Number 8, a request from Project DC Events for pub crawl, DC Halloween crawl. This is October 28th, 2023. The license number is 105182. The license substantial change license is 23 PCE 00021. And the chair is recommending that there is a fact finding hearing for number 8. And number 9, a request from Project DC Events for pub crawl. This is DC Santa Crawl. This is December 31st, 2023. The license number is 105182. The substantial change license is 23 PCE 00020. The chair is making a motion that this matter return to licensing. I therefore make a motion that the recommendations that the chair propose for all 9 events on this calendar, that the chair's recommendations be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandin. Mr. Grandin.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We now move to the license administrative docket. And on the license administrative docket, there are 11 applicants on this docket. I will read all the names, the applications, their license number, and the request that's been made, and I will make a recommendation at the end that the recommendation by the chair be approved. So the first request is that all these the motion at the end of the list will be that all these applications be approved. So the first one is a request from the Showtime, license number 089186, Retail SC Tavern, Sidewalk Cafe endorsement application. Number 2, Mozeria, license number 116160, Retail SC Restaurant, Sidewalk Cafe endorsement application. Number 3, the Royal Sanista Capitol Hill, license number 123801, Retail SC Hotel, Sidewalk Cafe endorsement application. Number 4, Republic National Distributing Company, license number 076499, wholesaler A Gibson Loan disclosure application, Samsung 55 4K UHD TV. Number 5, Slice and Pie Lucy, license number 118631, retailer C Tavern and entertainment endorsement application. Number 6, The Federalist Pig, license number 105172, retailer C Restaurant. Letter of request to increase total occupancy load inside from 50 to 72 and increase outdoor sidewalk cafe from 12 to 24 seats. Number 7, Grand Liquors, license number 125406, retailer A liquor store, transfer with sale application. Number 8, All About Burger Cafe, license number 125094, retailer D restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 9, DC Taste and B-Ling Catering, license number 125734, caterers license, new ABC license application. Number 10, Thompson, Washington, DC Anchovy Social, Meliana Mayor, license number 125078, retailer C Hotel, transfer with sale application. Number 11, Wyndham Vini Inc., trade name to be determined, license number 125007, retailer A liquor store, new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that ABC board approves these applications. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Henson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We're now at the end of our agenda for the morning, and so therefore we have concluded our morning calendar and our morning agenda. The board, we now conclude our morning, and the board will be in recess until our 1:30 calendar to address our 1:30 calendar. I therefore now request that all board members return to executive session for further action. Good morning. Thank you very much. See you board in executive session. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. We're back in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are three other board members, Mr. James Short, Ms. Jen Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 4 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. During our hearing, before we get underway with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases scheduled for this afternoon's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones will, at the conclusion of the case, will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance, please contact our IT specialist through the chat, and we will try to work through any technical concerns that you are having. The first case on our afternoon calendar, it's case number 23 CIT 00100 Mays 64, license number 118648. Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Mr. Chairman, what's the name of the establishment?
Mays 64.
Okay. Christopher Southcott has been elevated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Jeremy Zolkoffer has been elevated. That is it.
Can you please put a call out in the chat to see if there is anyone else online for Mays 64, please?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, is there anyone else out there in the universe for? I know we have several cases for 130, but is there anyone? How many people are in the waiting area?
There are people in the chat, but no one has said they're here for this case. No one else.
All right. Thank you, sir. It's 1:38. I'll give 2 more minutes. I'll start this case at 1:40.
I will note for the chair that my attempts to contact the establishment via email and phone call have been unsuccessful so far.
Okay, so you have not had an opportunity. Okay, fine. All right, so fine, that's fine. So I said I was going to start. Well, I'll still give them 1 more minute. It's 1:39, and I will start the case.
That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to look for one other thing. All right. Mr. Southgate, can you recently made some representation regarding your attempts to contact the licensee. Can you please repeat them?
Yes, I, on multiple occasions, both prior to the show cause status hearing and prior to this hearing, reached out to the establishment at the email addresses that were provided. I have also called phone numbers that I had for the establishment, both numbers that existed in the case report, and then also called the public line for the establishment. I called sort of their commercial phone number that is available and left messages attempting to explain that I am with the government and was hoping to speak to them about this case.
All right, so Mr. Southgate, are you prepared to move forward?
I am.
You said yes?
Yes.
All right. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25447E, the board has authority to proceed ex parte where the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good and sufficient cause. Our records reflect that the licensee was properly served. The licensee, however, has failed to appear here today, and having no good and sufficient cause to extend this hearing, the board will proceed with the show cause hearing. All right, fine. Mr. Southgate, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
This is just a no ABC manager matter. I don't feel the need to either make an opening or a closing statement.
All right, fine. Do you have a witness you wish to testify, sir?
Yes, I would like to call investigator Jeremy Zollerhofer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zollerhofer. Can you please raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Before I start my questioning, I'd just like to note that as a matter of law, the case report is already admitted as evidence into the record. So it's the only exhibit that I'll be referencing, but just didn't want to have that noted. Now, Investigator Zollerhofer, could you please tell us what is your job?
I conduct inspections and investigations to licensed ABC establishments within the District of Columbia.
And how long have you been in that position?
4+ years.
As part of your duties as an investigator, what would you say your typical duties involve?
Really compliance checks, investigations, and inspections.
Are you familiar with an establishment known as Maïs 64?
I am.
Did you conduct a regulatory inspection there?
Yes, I did.
Can you say what the date and time of that regulatory inspection was?
I believe that was Saturday, April 8th at approximately 1:47 p.m.
And that was this year?
This was this year, yes, 2023.
Can you tell the board what you did as part of that regulatory inspection?
Basically, I entered the establishment, asked for the ABC manager, conducted an inspection of the establishment, and just found that there was no ABC manager on duty during the inspection. No other ABCA violations were found.
How do you know that there was no ABC manager on duty?
I spoke to the manager in charge, who introduced himself as Cesar Sanchez. I asked him if the owner himself was the ABC manager, and he said no, that they weren't there. He provided me his New Jersey identification, driver's license, and I kind of proceeded from there. I did do a records check to look him up in the system, and I didn't see any active ABC manager's license under that name from New Jersey.
What are the establishment's licensed hours of sale on Saturdays?
So the sales on Saturdays is from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
And this was Saturday afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
So was alcohol available for purchase?
Yes, it was.
Did you issue a citation to the establishment?
I did. I entered just monetary citation of the amount of $250.
I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Mrs. Zollikofer. I think Mr. Falstaff, you say are you waiving closing, or you just want to make a closing?
I could give a brief close if the board desires it. However, if the board feels that one is not necessary, then I don't want to waste anybody's time.
No, I think a brief closing would be fine.
Okay. Members of the board, we are here for a very simple matter related to the only charge in this case, which is no ABC manager present on the date of April 8th, 2023 at approximately 1:47 p.m. You heard the testimony of investigator Zollerhofer, who confirmed that he went to the establishment, spoke to the only manager who was present, who was not licensed as an ABC manager on duty. You heard that alcohol was available for sale and that the establishment's operation and availability of alcohol for sale was 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. So this fell within that time period. There were no other violations that were noted. The only charge that we're bringing is no ABC manager at the establishment during the hours of licensed operation. For these reasons, we believe it is appropriate for the board to issue a charge related to the no ABC manager violation.
All right, thank you, sir. The record is now closed. The ABC board will issue a decision in this case within 90 days. So within 90 days. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 CIT 00100 Mays 64, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23 CIT 00100 May 64 for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Henson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. As I stated before, the board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much, Mr. Zollikofer, for your appearance today, and Mr. Southcott for your appearance today. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the board.
You too.
All right, thanks. The next case in our calendar is case number 22, CIT 00200 Half Smoke, license number 1000855. This case has been rescheduled to September 27, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. See board order number 2023-426. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00009 Half Smoke, license number 1000855. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise that was approved by the board on its legal agenda this morning. The next case in our calendar is a summary suspension hearing, case number 23-251-00017. Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274. Mr. Carter, can you please elevate the licensee, the licensee's attorney, and whoever else is on the line for Play DC, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Andrew Klein has been elevated. Cameron Mixon has been elevated. Anthony Silo has been elevated. Izzo Oni has been elevated. That is all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have the licensee, Daniil Tesfaye, should be on. He should be elevated.
Mr. Carter, do you see Mr. Yeah, I see Mr. Tesfaye.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. Hold on, please. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a summary suspension hearing. So let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. All right, so I'll have the government. I'm not sure whose case is this, so whoever the government attorney who wants to identify themselves first can go ahead.
Assistant Attorneys General Anthony Sello and Basola Oni are on behalf of the government. I am Anthony Sello, ANTHONY-CELO.
Ms. Oni, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Assistant Attorney General Basola Oni, BISOLAONI.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrew Klein here on behalf of the licensee.
And who else is here with you, Mr. Klein?
Cameron Mixon of the Veritas Law Firm is with me, and Daniil Tesfaye, who is the principal of the licensee, is also here.
Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, by spelling and stating your name?
Cameron Mixon. It's Cameron, CAMERON, Mixon, MIXON.
Mr. Tesfaye, can you spell and state your name for the record, please? And if you have a camera, can you turn it off, please?
Daniel Tesfaye, DANAEL TESFAYE.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a camera so you can turn on?
Yes. You guys can see?
No, I can't see you, sir. All right, yes, I can see you, sir. Right.
Okay.
Mr. Silo, are there any preliminary matters in this case, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. An offer in compromise for board approval has been reached and I understand has been submitted to the board. We would request the adoption of that offer in compromise on behalf of both the district and the licensee.
One of the things I would ask you, sir, why don't you just give us a synopsis of why we're here today? And unfortunately, it has to be done at least one time. I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to ask you to, after you give us a synopsis, please read into the record what the offer in compromise is.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would note that it is an 8-page OIC. You do wish me to read the entirety into the record?
I'm trying to figure out how to have a record because of you're aware that we have a court reporter. And so in order to have a transcript of this case, if you don't read it, the court report there, when you ask for a transcript of this case, you have nothing, because I'm not quite sure how it's.
If I may suggest, Mr. Chair, I can offer the OIC in as an exhibit, and then it would be attached to the transcript of these proceedings as an exhibit.
Mr. Klein, and all right, all right, we can have it as, it can be a joint exhibit, but at a minimum, I personally have not had a chance to review all 8 pages. So what I would ask, and I'm not sure if the other board members have had, so what I would ask that for you to do, sir, is to, and I do have it in front of me. That's what I was looking for. So I'll just ask, I will ask for you to summarize why we're here. You can just highlight what is it that the licensee has to do. You said 8 pages, though. It's not. I see. I'll just say you can briefly summarize the pertinent portions and how you believe these portions will address the emergency that existed, why this place had remained closed, and also inform the board why you believe that it's in the best interest of the residents of the District of Columbia, why the board should vote to agree to accept this offer in compromise. What I would also, once you have presented the offer in compromise, the board will go into executive session to discuss it, and then we will come back and let you know what our decision is. So I just want to let you know. So that's why, just provide us sufficient information. So I know that we all have it, but just provide us sufficient information for us to make an educated decision on this case today, if we're going to accept it. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right.
We are here today on a summary suspension with regard to the establishment Clay DC. This summary suspension involves a shooting that occurred inside the establishment, wherein a female patron was allowed to bring a handgun into the establishment after a couple of arguments with security. That patron then engaged in an altercation with another female patron. The attackee, the victim of the first altercation, was removed from the establishment, but the gunwoman was not. Shortly thereafter, she engaged in another altercation with another patron, pulled out her weapon and shot that patron. She then was able to recover an item off of the ground and flee the scene, and remains at large to this day. We are here with an OIC because the establishment has agreed to take significant remedial steps to prevent any potential future harm of this fashion to district residents. In summation, the OIC requires, prior to reopening, a revision of the security plan. There are 22 specific revisions that are required, but the highlights of that are to ensure metal detection of all patrons, male and female, entering the establishment. The establishment has ordered a walk-through metal detector, but for the period before that walk-through detector is received, they will be using metal detecting wanding, as well as subsequent pat-downs and searches of all bags entering the establishment. There are requirements for increasing and enhancing security, as well as for improved training of security. There are requirements for the sale of alcohol and limiting that for intoxicated patrons, as well as preserving crime scenes and providing accurate information during investigations. There is a requirement to use the RDO program through MPD, and to improve camera coverage of the facility or the establishment, as well as incident logs and making sure that all patrons, male and female, are thoroughly searched. The training shall occur before the establishment reopens. The first training, the training shall be repeated quarterly. And there are additionally requirements for the licensee to actively communicate with local community, neighborhood organizations, MPD and ABCA, to share information about potential public safety issues. As for the security cameras, prior to the lifting of the suspension, the licensee shall ensure that all the security cameras are in full working order and that footage can be saved and maintained for 30 days. A compliance walkthrough will also be required prior to lifting the suspension to ensure that the licensee is in full compliance and the security plan has been approved. Not before opening, but within 30 days. The licensee has agreed to pay fines totaling $4,000, including $2,000 for violation of DC Code 25823A2, allowing the establishment to be used for a disorderly purpose, and $2,000 for 25823A5C, interfering with an ongoing investigation. As noted, those fines shall be payable within 30 days. And the suspension shall be lifted either on 8 a.m. Friday, August 18th, 2023, or when the terms of the OIC are satisfied, whichever occurs latter.
Just a question I want to ask you. I know you briefly talked about it, and the only reason why I'm asking this question specifically, I know that different establishments have different security procedures for female patrons when they enter an establishment. And specifically, because the aggressor in this case was a female patron who apparently entered the facility with a weapon. Prior to, I think you had stated that the establishment is going to, I think they're going to have, I think you're saying, I'm sorry, what is it that the establishment is going to have as part of its security measures to enter the facility?
Metal detectors. Ultimately, they will have a walk-through metal detector. In the interim, they will be using metal detecting wands, supplemented with pat downs and bag searches.
And so this will be done for all patrons, both male and female. So they will go through the same security procedure to enter the establishment?
Correct, and the establishment has agreed to hire the necessary security personnel to ensure that that occurs.
And is it the government's recommendation that if the board was to accept this offer in compromise, that the emergency situation that was created based on this event, it has been addressed?
Yes, and furthermore, the any future show cause hearings would be resolved as well through this offer in compromise.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, hello, Mr. Cello. Good, what is it, still afternoon now, I guess. The offer in compromise, and thank you for a great job, OAG always does. But I'm just a little concerned about, and I can't even see can we see the person who will be the licensee?
Mr. Tesfaye, can you pull your camera down a little bit, sir, so we can see your face, sir? Mr. Tesfaye.
Yeah, you guys be, yes.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's fine, sir. Yeah, just keep your camera like that. So go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. The person who was assaulted or wounded or shot, are they going to be coming back to this location?
That's a family member.
No, the question for Mr. Cello.
No.
That is a possibility. I do understand that they are a family member of an ABC manager of the establishment.
So the person who did the shooting, well, please explain this.
The victim, Mr. Short. You asked about the victim. The victim actually
I
is
was asking about the assaulter. Will the assaulter be coming back to this establishment?
no, sir.
And what's to keep that person out?
Well, we know who they are, and they won't be let in. I mean, they're going to be banned from the establishment.
They will be banned. Would that be in writing?
We can certainly add that. Absolutely.
I'm not aware that we know the assailant's identity. If the establishment does in fact know the assailant's identity, the district would be very keen to learn that information.
I may have misspoke. I thought we did.
Well, the person who was assaulted or the person who was shot, would they be returning to this?
Yes, sir. There's no reason why they should be banned, and they're actually related to a current employee. And so there's a great deal of concern on the part of the applicant for their well-being. I understand that he seems to be doing okay, but there certainly isn't any reason why they shouldn't be able to return that I know of, unless
Thank you for that answer, sir. Now, this is very important to me and urgent to me, as attorney. You know me quite well, and I'm studying because I'm just a little concerned even about the training. So, are the same employees who patted this person down going to be still doing the security for this location?
No, they're not. And thank you for asking that. I haven't had an opportunity to speak yet, but we do have with us today Barak Sahiner of Barak Security. There was another security company that was there. They were immediately terminated. Barak is here. They will be making use of SPOs. And Mr. Sahiner informs me that his SPOs not only do the necessary training to be certified as SPOs, but they also complete alcohol awareness training along with ABRA's 101 training. And he's here if you want to hear from him.
How many security persons is he going to be training, and what credentials does he have to do training?
He is and I'm happy to make him available because he is here. He is former Turkish Army Special Forces, I'm advised.
Okay, but that's good for Turkey. Is he registered with the District of Columbia Police Department?
Yes, sir. These are SPOs. These are certified police officers. Yes.
Well, that's
absolutely.
what I wanted to hear, because what goes on in Turkey, I don't want what happened in Turkey to happen to me either.
No, sir. I'm just giving you a bit of his background in these special forces, which was, of course, a high level of training. And as I said, he's here. And if you want to hear from him,
my last question that you can answer for me is this.
Sure.
They want to open up this Friday coming, correct?
Based on what has to be done.
That's a yes or no answer. Are they expecting to open this Friday?
No, because I don't think we're going to have everything completed. We need to file the security plan, and you need to look at it. And the OIC specifically provides for a walkthrough of the establishment by ABCA personnel to make sure that the camera placement is adequate, and that the other measures that are required by the OIC are in place. So yes, of course, the business is anxious to get reopened. They've been closed for a period of time, but they also recognize, in the OIC lays out that there are requirements that will have to be met before they can reopen.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Brandon.
Thank you. Mr. Cello, and is it Miss Oni? Did I say that close enough, Miss Oni?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for your presentation today. I think you may be hearing questions from us today more than usual because we just received this. Okay. and we're trying to accommodate the licensee and the agency in moving forward. So looking at this, I understand that the attorney already made a statement regarding when they may reopen, but it just seems inconsistent that the revised security plan must be submitted by August 30th, yet it says they may be able to open on August 18th. And it just, to me, it just seems like if the security plan may not be delivered to the 30th, which means they won't open on the 18th, but that's just, to me, it just seems inconsistent to have that. Next, I see the word violent throughout here. And it would look like that, from my knowledge, that when you have an incident log, it's not just for, quote, violent situations, but it's for incidents that occur at an establishment. So I'm sort of concerned that the word violent is not defined, and the licensee may have a different interpretation of what violent is from what the AG's office or the agency may have. So I'm only pointing that out, that it's a concerning word to me. It says all patrons. Well, we've had incidents come before us that dealt with security personnel coming in with a gun and coming in with a knife, I think, recently. So does patrons include the security staff? Does patrons include the staff of the licensee? Because, you know, it seems like we've had incidents come to us that were not merely people who were customers, but people who were employed or contract labor. Regarding the cameras, I think we all appreciate the effort here that the licensee is offering. But does this also allow our investigators to advise where cameras should be placed, because they have expertise that may be helpful to the licensee? So that's, again, I'm just puzzled by making sure that our investigators can be part of that decision process.
May I respond? Is that it, Mr.
Not yet.
Grandis?
I'm not finished. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr.
Okay, so if I can
and it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Grandis. Thank you. If I can try to address those. So,
wait, I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were. I apologize.
Okay, let me finish. And it also says they should be trained within 14 days. Well, I think we all appreciate the integrity of the licensee wanting to have these individuals trained, but who's doing the training? And once again, you may be able to address that. But Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson, I'm very much appreciative of you giving it this time. I just needed to sort of help get some clarification. Thank you very much.
Either Mr. Phil or Mr. Klein, if you're able to respond to it.
Yes. So in terms of violence and violent incidents, I mean, my understanding and impression, and would so advise the licensee, that would involve any physical altercation involving anyone in the establishment, be it patrons or employees or what have you. And that would be what would be reported in an incident log. So, I mean, I'm not sure that we necessarily want to be more specific than that, because I would presume that the board would want that to be expansive. So if it involves any physical altercation or attempt at a physical altercation, and on the record and in my mind, that's what violence is, and that is what would need to be reported.
I appreciate you offering your interpretation, because I think we all would agree any altercation would be,
or even attempted altercation. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to skip over the patron issue for a minute. We'll come back to in terms of cameras and their placement. The whole purpose of the walkthrough is to do exactly that, and the licensee welcomes any recommendations from ABRA staff. I've been through this before, obviously, and I know that the board wants to see coverage and wants to see adequate coverage, and our clients have many times worked with ABRA investigators There used to be someone who specifically had that expertise among the investigators, but whoever it is, the applicant is willing to work with. And if the camera placement is not appropriate or is inadequate in terms of number, that is something that they're prepared to address. In terms of training, as I said, I have Barak Sahiner here. He's available. He's the one that will be doing the training. He can talk about his qualifications and his background. Happy to make him available so that the board is comfortable in terms of the training. The second issue, I didn't quite understand, in terms of in addition to patrons, employees or others, if you could just clarify your concern for me so that I can address it.
We've had incidents come before the board where it wasn't a patron, which I would identify as a customer, but it was a security guard who actually had a weapon on his or her person. Okay, and that included a gun and that included a knife, not the same incident. So I'm saying it would be helpful if we had assurances, and I know we cannot rewrite this. This is from the government, and I respect that, but it'd be helpful if clarification was that, yes, the security guards are also warned or whatever, so that they aren't bringing weapons themselves into the establishment.
I don't think we have an issue with that. I mean, I think my only issue with that might be, and I haven't spoken to Mr. Sahiner about this, but if any of these SPOs are properly authorized as law enforcement to have weapons, then that might be a different story. I don't know that to be the case, but I just caution in terms of diving in and saying and making a representation that no one will have weapons, because if they're properly trained, properly licensed, and authorized as law enforcement to do that, then I would think that might be appropriate. So I wouldn't want to be overbroad. Certainly, if someone's smuggling a knife in or smuggling a gun in, yeah, I mean, we share that concern and agree with you that it would be appropriate that not be the case. I think when you have SPOs, as opposed to just people off the street that you hire as as security, hopefully there's a higher level and there's a higher standard. They are certified. They do have to be registered, and I think at some point we got to be able to trust somebody. And given that there is a certification, it would seem to me to be appropriate. I don't know whether the circumstances that you're describing involved SPOs or just regular security. But I'm thinking the fact that they are SPOs. I know Mr. Short raises this question with me many times during these hearings, but these are SPOs according to Mr. Sahiner. But I would think that would be a higher level, and we might have a greater willingness to trust their judgment in terms of what they're doing in terms of policing the establishment.
Mr. Klein and Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, any other further representation needs to be made by either party?
I just have one issue that came up in working with Mr. Sahiner. I mean, it was something that I did not become aware of until today, and that is, when this happened, my client immediately went out and ordered this walk-through metal detector. Mr. Sahiner advises that he thinks that handheld wands are more effective unless you go to something called a level 7 walk-through detector, which is what's used in the airports, and that the use of a walk-through may provide a false sense of security, if you will, and then it might be more appropriate to continue with the wands. So I just want to be forthright with the board on that. And we may ask that that particular condition be tweaked such that, wanding would be the way. There'd still be metal detectors, but Mr. Sahiner believes that the wands, unless you go all the way up to a level 7, which is a whole different animal in terms of cost and in terms of installation, and everything else, that the handheld wands are probably the way to go. And I apologize to Mr. Sella that he and I did not have the opportunity to discuss that previously, but I just learned of it midday today.
I understand the reason for the late notice, and I don't have an issue with that. I would say that the district does not have a clear position on this point. I would request that such a change be made through written motion so that the specific assertions, perhaps an affidavit, could be included so that it could be properly evaluated.
I think that's an excellent idea, and where we were headed, frankly, given where we are procedurally. Thank you for that.
Any other questions, comments? So the board then will make a decision on the offer in compromise as written. And as you're aware, the board can either accept it or reject it. The board cannot make any changes to it. So, all right. Any other questions?
No, the only thing I would say is if the board were inclined to reject it and there were thoughts as to why it is being rejected, then I think it would be helpful to both the government and the licensee to understand what those are, so that perhaps it could be modified in a way that might satisfy the board.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm not quite sure where. All right. We'll take that in advisement. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel. Hold on, please let me find this case. On case number 23-251-00017, Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23-251-00017, Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson second the motion. I will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis, I agree. As it appears the motion passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. It is 2:24. We will come back on the record at 2. We'll try to come back on the record at 2:35. If we need more time, I will let you know. But everyone should be prepared to be back on the record at 2:35. All right. Thank you. So I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. We're back in the record. All right. This is in the case of this is a summary suspension hearing regarding Play DC. This has been a very contentious, difficult case for the board. A very serious incident occurred in the sense of an individual was shot in this establishment, and the board is concerned about the security procedure that this establishment needs to take to move forward. And so in its deliberation, the board went back and forth. But my recommendation to the board is that we accept the offer in compromise. Any board member, after we vote, any board member who wishes to, after we have voted, any board member who wishes to express publicly their position, they're able to do so. So I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short seconds.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Penny Henson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I do not support this OIC.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Grandis. And Mr. Anderson, I agree to support the OIC. The matter passes 3-1. Mr. Grandis, go ahead, please.
Just so it's clear for the record, I appreciate the efforts that the licensee and the AG's office has worked hard and diligently. I'm just not sure that the provisions of 25-836, which says security plans and security cameras, is fully articulated in this particular OIC. And perhaps I'll get assurances when we see the security plan that is submitted, but I cannot support the OIC as provided to us today. Thank you.
Mr. Short, do you want to say something, sir? Go ahead.
Yes, I would. And I'd just like to direct this to Attorney Klein, Mr. Klein. You stated that security is going to be SP officers coming around and that you aren't sure if they're going to be armed or unarmed. I'd like to go on public record and say directly to you and any other business owner in this town who deals with ABCA regulations that there should be no guns, no weapons by even security guards inside of places of public assembly where alcohol is being served, sold, and delivered. And Mr. Klein, I hope that you agree with that, and that even if these persons get a new security company, that they will know whether they are SPOs or whomever else. This board, or at least I as a board member, and I think this with all board members, we don't want weapons inside of places of public assembly, especially where people are drinking alcohol. Would you agree with that or disagree?
I personally agree 100% with that, and have expressed to this board on more than one occasion my very grave concern about the proliferation of handguns, not only in the district, but in this country. So I'm with you all the way on that. There are others, however, who believe that the Second Amendment says something that I don't believe it says, but that's not something we need to debate today.
Well, thank you very much for that. But as long as we're on public record that you and I agree that there should not be guns inside of places of public assembly in the District of Columbia, I don't think the Second Amendment says that or anything else says that. And I think that since this board has some reasonable recognition as being persons who oversee ABC's establishments, I want it to be loud and clear, especially for the owners to hear, we do not like or want guns inside of places of public assembly. There's not legal. And probably we're going to have to do something with our code book about that. But right now, I'd just like to go on record, and I thank you, Mr. Klein, for supporting what I said. And I hope that the owner of this establishment realizes whether those people are whatever trained, they should not have weapons inside of your club, guns, knives, brass knuckles, or anything else. And Mr. Our board member, boarded out pretty plainly too, but I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse. I hope that the owner, and can you acknowledge, sir, that you heard what we said about guns or weapons inside of your place?
Yes, sir. I understand.
And do you agree that you would not have any guns by anybody inside of your club?
Yes, I agree what you're saying. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Anyone else wants to speak? As you see, this is an issue that all board members are concerned about. We take what happens in these establishments very seriously, and we are trying to ensure that if you receive a license from us, we're going to hold you accountable for what happens in your establishment. And so, good luck. We look forward to receiving the security plan that has all the agreements that were provided. That security plan will be provided to the agency, and the board would have an opportunity to review it. And then, as per the offer in compromise, once the security plan has been approved, then the establishment will be allowed to be open. But as all board members have expressed what their concerns are, and so you're aware of what the concerns are of the agency. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
All right. And with that, we're at the end of, let me make sure. Just give me a minute. Let me close the record for the day. I want to make sure that this is the last case for our afternoon. This is the last case. The board, unless there is another summer suspension hearing, the board goes on recess as of today until September 13th. So, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title 3, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on September 13th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for September 13th, as published in DC Register on September 9th. I will now, is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is now second. Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
With Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in a timely manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We're adjourned for the summer, unless there's another emergency hearing that will have us come back earlier. You have a great summer. Good luck to you, sir, and hope that we don't meet again under these circumstances. All right. Have a great day. We're now adjourned for the day.
And I wish the board members a pleasant recess, whatever that encompasses.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. All right.
Thank you.
I now ask all board members to return to the executive session for further development. Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.